Okay, well, hopefully that's working now. Okay. I'm continuing on basically where I was yesterday. I've got 4 bats in total that I'm going to be working on, but I don't quite want to start them yet just because I do have a frog to make for my nephew, the little frog that's down in the corner there. It's going to be green with black stripe bees on it. It's one of the poison dart frogs that I've made. So I'm going to actually start with that so I can get set up on my embroidery machine and then stitch out the feet for it so that I at least have that done because his birthday passed a little while ago and I did not get it done for him in time. So we're going to at least start with that and then I'll probably go and do a bat, at least one bat. I might come back and make some more frogs. I don't have that many left in the market where I sell them on in person. So I will probably be making some of them today as well. Okay. For the meantime, I'm going to move these bats out of the way just so I can unroll all my fabric out on top of them. And I got my frog eyes and my bat eyes. Just get everything out of the way there. This one uses a dark lime from Shannon and then just black. Remnant. Oh, 1 yard. Okay. I label my fabric based on approximately how much I have, and I saw this one had remnant, but I crossed it off and wrote 1 yard. So I have a full yard of that, or thereabouts. Got spooked that it was like, this is not a remnant. This is much more than that. I have another piece floating around somewhere. No, I just reused it. Uh, that looks like I may have made a different frog right there. Yeah, probably cut out the frog shape right there. So I guess I'll just continue with the new frog right there as well. Let's see if this marker works. And this is going down, so we've got it in the right direction. Nope, that marker is all but dead. So I bought new markers just a few days ago. I really like using the Crayola markers just because they wash out pretty easily and then uh they don't they don't permanently mark the fabric, but they do make nice marks temporarily. And then they're also cheap. The only time I use something that isn't the Crayolas is if I can't get it to show up on the fabric. So like on the black, I'm going to use a silver Sharpie instead because there is no Crayola that actually works for black Minky that I found. Some people use like these like gel pens or like colored pencils that uh they say work on black, but I've not ever had luck with them. I end up like getting more frustrated about drawing the lines than I actually do like getting the lines drawn. So Crayolas are just my go-to. Go. And then for this frog, he's going to have a green body with black markings, and so the green belly, the green top, and then he's going to have black markings and black feet. The feet, black body is 6, I believe. Where's my pattern? Green and black, 6 inches. So I have my embroidery machine sew most of this up just so I don't have to sew it by hand because I'm lazy and I like getting things to look the same every single time. 5.5, 6. So I just have my embroidery machine stitch it up, but this is something that you could do by hand on a sewing, or I guess not by hand, but by a machine on a sewing machine. That's 5.5. That's 6. One layer. There we go. So that should be all of the green that I need. So I can pin this back together and put the sign back on it. I'm not going to change the actual measurement because that's close enough still to a yard that I don't need to change it. And that's Shannon Dark Lime. Back in my fabric closet. Okay, and then for the black, I need a 6-inch square for the body, and I'm going to need 2 5-inch squares for the feet. Did I cut the other end? I did. Why did I do that? Terrible. Okay, well, gonna work from that end then. Oof, that's a bit. That's gonna be my 5-inch square. Actually, I'm gonna take my 6 out of here. 5.5. Oop, 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 oop. 5.5. So that puts me at 6. 6 by 6, right there. Okay. That'll be my 6-inch square to go with the body. Essentially, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just lay them together, and then I've got my body piece that I'm going to just put into the embroidery machine, and both of those are going to stitch out for me, and I can just cut away the extra. But I don't have to worry about putting those little black designs like that little guy has. That was a terrible pointing, but whatever. I won't have to do that by hand. I'll just have my machine do it, and then I can cut around the extra fabric. Let's see. This is going to be my 5 by 5. Make sure it's not folded under there. Yep, so that's good there. And then I think I'm going to take, not really a lot I can do with that piece there, so I'm just going to get rid of that. I think I'm going to just take it off of this corner here. It's going to be my next 5 by 5. This is the selvage edge though, so I'm not going to use it quite all the way to the edge. So I'm actually going to do 5.5 by 5, which this ruler is 5.5, so that's nice and helpful. And then I'm going to just take that selvage edge off so I don't accidentally use it. That's right where the machine that like makes the fabric rolls it out actually holds on to it. So that part of the fabric is just kind of all gnarly and not very clean. Like the fur gets pressed down in weird ways. It just kind of isn't nice fabric, so sewing with it just causes more problems than it solves. Ugh. Oh, look at me. I've been terrible in cutting that there. Okay. Oof. I'm going to put a couple extra pins in this just to keep it all in place in my fabric closet. Doesn't cause problems when I'm pulling other fabrics out around it. That's not great. I'm going to tuck you in there, I think. Pin together masterfully. Okay. Done with my measuring for now. And for the feets, which way is the fur go? Fur goes down this way. Fur goes down this way. Ugh. Fur goes down that way. I want the fur to go down towards the heels. I didn't actually draw an arrow on this there, so I might do that now. Get my silver pen. The fur goes down that direction. And this is a terrible silver Sharpie. See if I got another one I can grab. That's brown. That's slightly better. I hate throwing things out until I absolutely have to, so a lot of times I will keep my dead Sharpies and my dead uh Crayola markers until like I absolutely can't get anything out of them. Like there's my feet. And even the dead Sharpie is gonna go right back to where it came from. For future moose to find and be upset that it's dead. Cut out the body. Okay. Now I'm done with that, so I can bring the tools back. I'm going to temporarily pin these together, but before I actually sew the feet together, I am going to uh yeah, sew in between them, like just a big plus sign in between, just to hold everything together where it should be. That's just temporarily to get it into the machine, and then I'll stitch it down, and that will be the pins that hold everything in place. There's my belly. There's my body. I do need a hoop for this. This is going to be my small little hoop, I believe. Let's see. Nope, this is gonna be my medium. Too big for my tiniest hoop. Okay, so my medium hoop, which is obviously at the bottom of the pile. Medium hoop for this one. I don't know if I have any pre-cut bits that are big enough for that. Not. Oh, I do. I have one pre-cut that's big enough. These are all my little scrap bits that I don't end up using in other projects. That's all together. Pencil. The center of my hoop is right about there. It is a 6-inch square, so 3 inches on each side. That'll be right about there is where I need to put my fabric. Then I think it goes top to bottom. Let me check my machine. Yeah, top to bottom. So my fabric needs to go down. Get the fuzzies off. Go. And there we go. Now I'm going to come over to my embroidery machine. Who has turned himself off? Come on. Uncool. And I'm going to be stitching this down with Thomas here. Yeah, you're good. Okay, 251, 241.50. Oop, you're centered. Pretty good. The very first thing it's going to do is stitch down the entire edge, which is good, but I'm also going to hold it in place while I do so. Okay. That looks good. Oh, you broke your thread. Well, that's uncool. Don't do that. So it cut its thread right in between those first two, like the outline of each frog, which it really shouldn't do because those were so close together. There's no need to cut it. So while it stitches out, I think I might go back in and edit my file. I tell it to stop doing that shit. Okay. Don't need the fuzzy. Okay. So he is stitching that out. While I do that, I don't really like the fact that it cuts. That's just something I never modified in the original pattern, I guess. So I'm going to go back in and modify that now and resave the file. Just so it doesn't try and cut continuously because that just causes problems. So open, patch embroidery. Ah, come into my plushies, looking down for the pocket frog, embroidery files, and then this is my green black frog. Oops. I want not that one. No, do not save changes. I want this one. This is the hatch file. This is the one that if I make changes to it, everything works better. Turn off trims. Let me just make sure. Yeah, so it starts and ends on this symbol right here. Turn off the trim so it should not cut the fabric, or should not cut the thread afterwards. This one is fine to cut afterwards. This, I mean objects, right? Yeah, that's all one shape. Cool. That's one solid line. Then it does this one, and then it does that one. Okay, so those are okay to trim the thread there. That's fine. So I just want to save that design. And then I'm going to take this feet over to the sewing machine. Because I want to get them sewn together while Thomas down there finishes up his outline there. So I'm using my clear foot that I've kind of painted pink just so I can see where it is. I still have black thread from the last little bits of the Cult of the Lamb that I was working on yesterday. Let me. My settings are good there. How does my speed go up too fast? There we go. Okay. Ugh, no, I don't like that. That is shitty. Cut your thread. That's not good. What are you doing? Not cool. Why are you pinching me? Ah, pull that back apart and try that one again. Okay. I'm not going to eat the fabric this time. Okay, that's better. Ooh. Okay. So that was just a big X shape or a cross shape, just to hold all four of the feet kind of together, pin them down in place. Now I'm going to do a very short stitch length and go around each of the actual feet. And Thomas is done. Nice. Thank you, Thomas. There, that is 1 foot. Give me just a second. Do, do, do. Okay. Back on to the next foot. I'm gonna do, actually, I'm gonna do the next top foot. I did have this set up as an embroidery file so I could make like 12 feet at the same time. But it was really difficult to like pull the stabilizer off the back of them, and then the line of stitches wasn't always the most secure, just because embroidery machines are really good at doing like area embroideries. They're not super great at straight lines. So like sewing lines. So it just kind of was like I ended up like re-sewing half of the feet anyways, but then I would have to do it on top of like a mess of stitches. So it's actually kind of easier for me to just do it as a sewing file here, unless I need like a lot of feet all at the same time for some. Like when I was first stocking the little craft mart that I sell at, I made a lot of frogs all at once, and now I just kind of replace them. So when I was making the first initial batch, I just kind of stitched them all up and held off on using the ones that were bad. And then slowly over time, when I needed to replace a frog that had sold, I just went and fixed up those feet that needed to be restitched. It was just kind of more annoying than it was helpful. Okay, there's 3 or 4 feet. And the final feet. Oh, okay, so there's my feet. Feet's all sewn around the edges. I don't know if you can see that on the black there. Oh, wow. Bernard is super delayed. Well, whatever. And then Thomas, he's all done. Okay. Let me see. Someday I will learn how to use my technology. Someday, but not this day. Okay. So those are the bits there. Why are you? Okay. Okay, so I've got my little feet. I've got my body that I need to cut out. Oh. Okay. Feet. I'm going to use these little guys to cut out. So when I was sewing the feet, the silver lines that I drew are actually I sewed right inside of them, not on top of them. So I know as long as I don't cut over those silver lines, I'm not cutting over any of my stitches. Just because black on black is like the hardest color for me to see and make sure that I'm actually doing properly. So I've designed this pattern piece for the feet to be that you draw the lines and then you sew right inside of them. There's one feet. And then I sewed all the way around these little guys because the way you flip them inside out is you just cut a little slit through the back of them because that's the part that's going to get sewn onto the frog's belly. So it doesn't matter that there's a hole there. Two little feet, and I can get rid of the fuzzies. I keep a garbage can like right here in front of me as I'm working, and I can just kind of drop things into it to try and control the amounts of fuzzies that I have. The things that miss though, I have a little robo vacuum that just runs to sweep up all the little fuzzums afterwards. So it's constantly fuzzy, but I'm fighting back against it. Ooh, got a little close to the stitches on that side. Okay though, I didn't go over them. Okay, there's my little feet. For the body, you can kind of see the stitch lines there. Those are the shape of the frog there. This is the front half of him. So I'm going to just cut them out, and then I have to get rid of all the extra fabrics that don't need to be on them. There we go. And then these guys touch right in the center so that I don't have to cut all the way through. I can just kind of leave them connected right there. Because when I sew them together, those are going to form the top circle of the frog there, so it's fine that they're together. I'm gonna just sew that edge. But I do need to get rid of all of the extra because it's just supposed to be those black lines there, not an entire black frog. So this, again, is the hard part. Ah, black on black. Oh, and I need to cut these little threads here on the outside so I can get them. And I'm just trying to get as close as possible to those stitch lines that I made without actually cutting through them. Oh, there's the first little section. The next is going to be this patch on the back, so I have to get rid of the edge outline stitch there. Go. I can peel up the black away from the green. Come on, maybe. Theoretically. There. There's the second mark. Let's see, this is a little spot on the bottom is going to be my next one. Separate apart, yes, okay. Stop. No. I got 3 of my green spots now. Next, I'll go for this one on the edge. I've just got these itty bitty tiny little scissors that I'm using to snip everything. Because they're just so tiny, I can get close to those stitches. This wouldn't work with like my giant pairs of scissors or anything like that. It'd just be too bulky that it just wouldn't get close enough to the fabric. Oh. Got 3 more spots on this one. I think I got 5 or 6 on the other side. Yeah. This one's up next. Fuzzies there. And take out the edge stitches on this. There we go. So those are all the edges. Now I just have the big spot in the center, and I try and not cut through the green. I did that the last green frog I made. I accidentally cut through the green fabric as well as the black and had to start all over on one side of the body, which was not cool. There we go. Boop. There we go. One half of a frog. Both sides are going to end up looking very similar to that. Some of the spots are in different places on both sides just to make it look a little less symmetrical and a little bit more like natural. But that's what both sides are going to look like. Nice guy's green tummy and his little black feet. Okay. And then again on the other side. Oh, that one's already lost. Okay, so we're good there. You can just snip into this one. So when I sew these together, these two spots are actually going to line up. So that'll just be the top of the back there. Well, they'll line up if I get all the extra little fuzzies off of it. Little extra fuzzums. There we go. Now those two should line up. Come on. Tiny thread. Okay, that one will also line up on the front right above the eyes. There's this. Oh, it goes back to that weird curve. Okay. Just making things difficult for myself. Oh, don't cut the green. There we go. Little spot here in the back. We'll connect to the back spot on the other side. There we go. This entire edge is black, so I don't have to cut anything there. You have to come up to here. Get rid of this spot. And then I've got a weird little shape right in the middle. So again, I'm going to hopefully not cut through the green. Hello, Alt. I'm making a frog today. Okay, there we go. That's the body with all of its fuzzies everywhere. Okay, so there's my frog. Now I can pull the backing fabrics off of it, or the stabilizer off the fabric. I leave the stabilizer on while I'm cutting the pieces out just because it makes the fabric a little bit stiffer and easier to like turn around and cut off the top of. But this does not stay in the actual plushie, it's just for the support while it's being embroidered. Go. I can use this and grab my Sharpie. This is right where the eyes are going to go. And I need my stabby stick. Go. And my eyeballs. I do need to cut these holes slightly larger than what I can get with my stabby stick. Just because the peg on these eyes is a little bit larger than what I use for my bats. Oh, grab them already. There's an eyeball. And there's another eyeball. There we go. Okay. I'm going to snip the little feet and flip them now. And they just get a tiny little snip right in the back heel of each foot. This part will be sewn onto the body, so the snip won't actually be seen. I get my forceps, and I can flip them. Maybe flip them. This one is resisting. Hmm. Oof. Tiny foot. Come on. That toe just does not want to come out. Very rude foot. There we go. So sometimes when I give people quotes about how much their plushie is going to cost, they'll ask like, "What if I make it smaller? Will it cost less then?" But not really, because the smaller you make something, the more time I actually spend working on it. These tiny itty bitty toes are a lot more time intensive to make than if I was making a much larger foot. So the cost of the fabric does not really get offset by the amount of time it takes to work. Like the fabric I use uh for 1 square inch, or like 1 square on my work table here, is about 2 cents. So going from a medium-sized foot that takes up maybe a 2 by 2 square down to one that fits a 1 by 1 square, you're gonna lose about 6 cents of material cost, but it's gonna take me like twice or longer to just flip it. And my time is worth more than the fabric is. So the price actually goes up for itty bitty tiny things that are really finicky and need a lot of finesse to make, rather than down because of its size. Just kind of an interesting thing. Unless you're doing something like a life-size giant rhino or something where it's gonna be a lot of material. Yeah, the time cost to make it is actually where the cost comes from, not the materials that I'm using. Yeah. What? Come on. Oh my god. Well, 2 of the toes are out. That's good enough, right? Doesn't need its 3rd toe. There's the 3rd toe. Okay. There's my feets. My back feet and my smaller front feet. Now I can pin this guy back together. I'm going to put one pin on the bottom side, even though I'm not pinning this bottom side, or I'm not sewing this bottom side together. I'm going to pin right there so that I don't have a pin right on the edge as I'm sewing. So my embroidery machine, my sewing machine foot is going to be sitting right here coming around. So if I put the pins on the other side to just hold things together, it's not immediately underneath the foot there. So that's pretty good. These little feet are going to be lined up later. Let me just, all the fuzz. Get rid of some of that. This is a very fluffy job. Okay. And then I'm taking off my clear foot because I don't need to see where I'm going. I'm just following the edge. I'm going to put on my metal 1/4" foot so that I know where to sew. Got my pins. Oh, I forgot to cut the eyeballs. Okay. Where's my snips? Oh. I just cut off the ends of these guys because they're kind of long and bulky. There we go. Didn't quite get all of that guy off. Okay. There we go. Now his eyes are on and they're less bulky. That's got a sharp edge right there. Get rid of that real quick. Okay. Now back to the sewing. Get through. Oh, I need my pokey stick for that. Ugh. Probably should have put a piece of stabilizer underneath the edge there, just to help feed it through at the beginning, but I did not. Ugh, come on. Okay, let me see. There we go. There's the froggy face. That's the top half of the frog at least. Now I can go and pin him together with the belly. And I drew the little lines while I was cutting it out so I know where to align the middles in the front and back. And then I'm actually going to leave the gap right in the back here to stuff him after he's all sewn together. So I just put those 2 pins there, and that kind of gives me my where to begin and stop. Ooh, it's not quite lined up. Beginning. That side lines up better. Okay. I'm gonna go back to my beginning part along his butt. I reinforce that area. And then I just stitch a circle. There he is. Put my pattern pieces up out of the way. And flip my frog. And there he is. He's a little bit deflated, but he's a frog. Grab some stuffing for him. That's way too much stuffing for him. And then I just stuff him through the butt. Okay. He could actually use a little bit more. Him's the butt flat. There we go. Okay. That's there. I don't stuff the feet on these little guys. They are just flat feet. So they will just get pinned in place wherever kind of looks good. I don't have like an actual template for where the feet are supposed to go or anything like that. That's not my scissors. These are my scissors. I don't have a template for where the feet go. I just kind of put them where it looks good to me and then stitch them in place. So if the toes come out the front, I like that. And that looks pretty even to me. Oh, well, his toes don't look like they actually went all the way out. So, yeah, let me fix that. Well, his feet look smaller than the other feet. That looks pretty good. I was thinking about offering this as a sewing pattern that people could buy from me. If I do that, though, one of the things I will be doing is putting little registration marks on the belly so that people know where to actually attach the feet properly instead of just eyeballing it like me. You can always eyeball it without using the registration mark, so that, but just so that you don't have to uh, eyeball it. I'll have like the little just diagram of where each foot goes. This one's got words in it. This is a weird song. Hang on. Excuse me, Spotify. No, I'll find it later. Okay. Well, that one's gonna come out of the playlist because I don't want music with words. Okay. There we go. That looks pretty good for where his feet are going to be. Oh, nope, this one needs to actually move out a little bit further. Try that. Yeah, that looks better. Okay, and then it's just time to hand sew this little guy up. I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick. Uh, and then I will be back and we will start hand sewing a tiny frog together. Okay, be right back. Okay, I am back. Now we can get back to the hand sewing part. I'm going to take black thread off my machine. There we go. Hmm. Okay. Oh, I still have thread. No, that's not black. Oh, lied to me. Which one had black? That one's got black on it. Okay. Well, I already cut this one, so I'm going to use this one. And I'm going to start by sewing the butt closed. Ow. Oop. Okay. So there we go. The big hole in the butt is now closed. Or frog. To deal with that now. And I can start sewing on the legs. Oh, don't do that. I really want you to behave well. Come on. What loop is causing? What are you doing? There we go. Ooh. Okay. I should put some of my other plushies around. I'm gonna go grab some of my bats. So it looks like my stream is more interesting than it actually is. Bat. Bat. Fuzzies everywhere. Bat. There. And what if I move these guys? Don't need that. Or I do need my scissors still, so I do have to leave them. I can put away my tools, and what if I pull out my lamb? Ha! There. Now I can show off all the cool things I'm doing to anybody who might pass me by in the main pages. Yeah. Now instead of one single lonely frog, he's got a whole bunch of friends. I mostly finished the cloak for the lamb last night off stream after cleaning up my machine. Uh, but I didn't put the bell on yet, and it's not. I glued the back of the stitches just to make sure that they're extra secure and they won't be coming out. So I was letting it dry, and I'm not sure if it's fully dry or not, so I don't want to put it on the lamb and then get glue all over his fur. So he's just going to be a naked lamb today. Angle him up so you can actually see his little crown. Yes. Oh. His hat. And squish this guy so I can bring the needle through. That way I don't have to like cut my thread and then tie a new knot and everything. I just tie a knot here, go into through the middle of the plushie to the next place, and then tie a beginning knot and continue around. And out. Okay, 2 legs on. So this guy has been well, I've been streaming for about an hour and a half. So this guy has been about an hour and a half now. Usually that's about how long they take me. I must be moving a little bit slow today, but hour and a half for frogs. Bats are 2.5-ish hours. Depends on if I'm making them in a batch or not. Like if I have to keep swapping in between colors or if I'm just making multiple of the exact same bat. It goes a little bit faster if I'm doing the exact same bat over and over. Um, you don't need that string. So I think what I'm going to do after this frog is I'm going to work on 2 of the exact same bats to get them done. I've done about an hour of work on each of them, so I have about an hour left of work. So that'll take me another 2 hours there just for those 2 bats. That's mostly gonna be over at the sewing machine, though. There's very little time that I come back to my table. I cut out the ears and the toes, although I think those guys already have their toes cut out. Oh, maybe, maybe not. But then most of the rest of the bats I can make right in front of the sewing machine, which also does speed things up. All the way up until the hand sewing part when I come back over to the table. Go. Take that pin out. I don't need to put them over on the magnet. That's pretty good there. And then tie my beginning knot. Oh, that one slid, so I'm gonna need a second knot there just to give it a little extra strength. There. Okay. Ah, stop that. Pins are supposed to keep your foot in place. Supposed to slide around. Hmm. Come on. Take that pin out. Mostly held together now. Ow. Stab myself. Okay, Froggy is done. There we go. Well, minus a few fuzzy bits. Let me grab this out. Defuzzing everything is like the final step before they go anywhere outside this craft room. Okay. There he is. Little Frogman. So that is actually for my nephew. I sell them in person. I haven't put them up anywhere online yet. Pattern or the actual guy that you can buy. But that's my little pocket frog. There is an app game that I used to play like I'm gonna say 15 years ago called Pocket Frogs, where the frogs look remarkably like this. They're just these little tiny round guys with the tiny little legs underneath. So I just really loved that game. It was just kind of one of those idle time waster games where you would catch flies and race your little frogs around lily pads and click on them to run. And it was just really cute. You'd breed them to try and get different colors and different patterns. I never got beyond the most basic patterns, but it was really cute and I enjoyed the game, so I made myself a little pocket frog. Yeah. Okay, next up is going to be the bats, and I'm going to start with my two lucky bats. This is this is going to be a St. Patty's Day bat. So, St. Patty's Day. I've got enough fabric for two of them, so I am going to make the two of them at the same time just to get them made. Then, if I am actually smart, I will put them up long before St. Patrick's Day. So I can potentially sell them. My Valentine's Day bats I didn't create until like now. So I don't think I'm going to be selling any online just because with shipping, it kind of gets close to Valentine's Day, but I do have them in person here at my local mall. So hopefully someone local will want to give a bat to their significant other. Uh, I put up a post in the local markets Facebook group basically saying, show someone you're batty about them, and felt really dumb about it because I'm bad at advertising and bad at puns. But yeah, hopefully they'll sell. If not, they keep, they don't go bad. So it'll just be next year's Valentine's Day bats as well. Maybe Mother's Day for some of the pinky ones as well. I am going to a local market around Mother's Time Day. Yeah, Mother's Time Day. Mother's Day. So I will hopefully be able to sell something there as well. Oh, wait. I want to go to my sewing machine on the table. We don't need to see Bernard or Thomas. Thomas isn't doing anything. In fact, Thomas can go off for now because Thomas is just one more machine running, and there's a lot of lights and things on in this craft room. It gets warm after a few hours. Okay, there we go. I'm using my Kelly green thread for this guy. And I do have a Kelly green bobbin. Good. So I don't have to wind anything. My pokey stick is here. Okay. Now I'm going to do as much on the machine as I can before I come back over to the table, just so that I am not swapping back and forth crazily. Just a little bit time save there. Oops. Okay. Okay, so I have ears to make. More ears to make. I can set the wings aside. Oh, I have to make the toes as well. I do not have the toes pre-made. Okay, bodies go off to the side. Oh, look at all these fuzzies. Face, face, middle of the head. Body, body. Actually, bodies go with the wings. Face, face, middle of the head. There's my toes. There's my toes. And these are my ear fabrics. So the ears brush up to the tips. Get rid of some of those fuzzims. Brush up to the tips so they go that direction. Ugh. Toes go down that way. And down that way. Toes. Okay, I'm going to stitch these down first because they just look like they need it. And I've got these guys. There's some of their fuzzums. That brushes down. These brush down. This goes right here in that, oh, in this corner. There we go. And then I'm going to do the same with the ears. This is just pinning that fabric down in place so that it doesn't go anywhere while I'm changing the direction, going around little curves and everything. And I like doing this better than using actual pins because there's less opportunity for me to stab myself if there's just thread holding things together and not sharp bits of metal. I am very, very good at stabbing myself. I like cough, fuzz them right in the middle there. That's fine. That gets cut away. Okay. The first thing I'm doing is all the little bits. So they are going to get the clear foot so that I can actually see what's going on right in front of the needle. And shorter thread length. One ear. Two ears. Same thing on these ones. Oh, I'm gonna put it around this side. There we go. That's good. Now it's time for the mini feats. Oh, I chose a dark green on this one. This is hard to see under the light. Oops. Dark green lines on Kelly green fabric is not great. Oops. Okay. Okay, got those two done. Two more. And last foot. Oh, I need another stitch there. Okay, so that's all of the ears and toes. I'm going to sew the wings onto the bodies next. Oh, I need to go back to my little metal foot. Ugh, so many. That goes on this side. I'm going to pin that first section down, but I'm not pinning the rest. You, however, want a bit of stabilizer underneath it just to begin. That way I can start pretty much on the edge without the fabric getting eaten by the sewing machine base. There, twist, there, twist. There's one. Got a nice little wing there. Wing for the other side. I'm going to do the same thing where I pin it at the top here and then not pin it anywhere else. See how that does. Pull that there. And down to the bottom. That is a pretty big time saver versus pinning the whole thing. So hopefully I can just keep going without any mistakes because that's pretty nice. Okay, then as for the middle, snip out that center there. This is called a dart. This is where you basically fold the fabric in onto the same piece to give it a little bit of a rounded shape instead of just having it flat. So this is kind of what gives those bats their distinct belly shape rather than just a flat center. There we go. So there is one belly. And you can see how it's kind of like that, got that curve to it. So I can push it out and like, oop, there's a little round belly now. So that's just the belly of the bat rather than being a flat piece in the middle. Oh, so many problems. Get rid of those. That wing goes there. Go. Whoop. Don't fold under. That would definitely be a mistake right there. Okay. Hold right there. Okay. There we go. Very nice. Take that one pin out. There's one wing. More fuzzies everywhere. Ah, That doesn't wanna line up. Come on. Time for a pokey stick. This piece does need to be. I cannot sew with you above the foot. That's not how fabric works. Okay. Nice. There's my other wings. The wings. There's them. And you can kind of see the belly of this one is entirely flat in comparison to this one where it's got that rounded shape to it. So yeah, it's really nice to give things shapes there, just to add a little dart. Oh, and boop, rounded. So there's my belly, your little belly guy. For these guys, there is a tiny little dart right here. I just give it a tiny little snip. I don't have to cut the big triangle out. I just give it a little snip so I know about where it is. And then I am going to use the stabilizer underneath just because I want to be able to start right at the edge of this guy. He is so tiny. There we go. They're just the tiniest of little darts in the back there. It doesn't change it much, but it does give it that rounded appearance. So a little difference there. So that's just the back of the head, like right where the spine would be. It just gives it a nice little round shape. I did one test where I just kind of did it without the dart. Like I took off a little bit of each edge to use it without the dart. And it didn't look as good, even though it did save time. I think looking better is probably better than saving time. So, oh, these guys I can snip, even though I don't really do anything with them until I've gotten the ears cut out, which will be over at the table just because they are more than these little snips can actually handle. These little snips probably shouldn't even be doing this much cutting. These are thread snips. They're meant for cutting thread, not cutting uh, bits of fabric. But I don't have any other scissors over here, and I'm going to just do these snips now. So there we go. Just a little less of that back and forthness. Like I said, I want to do as much of these bats here on the machine as possible before I go over, and then I come back. So cut out the back there. This is actually the sides of the bottom right here. It's not so much the legs, even though it looks kind of like a little pair of legs on this guy. At least I think it looks like a little pair of legs. There, looks like a little pair of legs. It's not actually legs. That is the side bottom. This is like the center bottom, and this is just the butt in the middle. Like that's the back edge corner where the butt actually is. These will fold up under kind of like a box flaps to make it just a flat bottom. So I sew across. This is different from the way the pattern is supposed to work. Uh, the actual pattern, like as it's designed, has got some little V shapes in there, and you're supposed to do the little V's. I don't do that because it takes more time and finesse, and I want to be able to sell these at a reasonable price so that people actually buy them. And the more time I spend on them, the higher I have to price them. And just, but I've sacrificed a couple of the intricacies of the pattern in exchange for just making them quicker. And it's not that big of a actual difference. I just sew basically a straight line here, straight line across, instead of having like the little V shape. So the butts on mine are a little bit squarer, like that straight line there, just a little bit squarer than the actual pattern, where these lines would come in at like a V, or like I guess a Y shape rather than the T that I have. So it's not a huge change, but it is slightly different from the other people's versions of the BZ bat. So just, yeah, little difference. But that way I can do this line as one. So this is just one line across, and it does not require any extra pinning or moving things around at all. There we go. There's my butt. Nice. Okay, so I've got my two bodies. The heads are here and ready for their ears to be put in. The head backs will come after the ears. The bodies here need the feet before they can be attached to the backings. These guys all need to be cut out so that then I can use them in the heads and the bodies. So I'm going to go back over to my table and start some more fuzzy dusts everywhere. And this is the tiny scissors time. There we go. I gotta bring this real close to my face. I can't see where my stitches are. And I really don't want to cut through them. And the toes will fall apart. Okay. Some feet. Little feet. And then their little feet here. 3 little feets. Ooh. There's my 4 little feets. One ear. I remember to keep things over my table. I'm used to standing like a little shrimp and like working like right up close to where I am. So this is new, trying to keep everything on the table where people can see it. It's also keeping me off the table away from things. Well, I guess there's nothing wrong with me showing myself. Just a little awkward angle because I've got everything looking down on my table. I could turn myself upside down and stare at everybody, but it's not really how I stand. So, oop, probably not. I like being just a pair of disembodied hands. Okay. There we go. Got my 4 little feet. Little stretch. Got my 4 feet, my 4 ears, ready to flip them and then go back to the sewing machine. Get my forceps. 4 little feet. 4 little ears. Just want to make sure all of the edges are all the way out on the ears before I sew them in place, and it becomes much harder to flip them. Go. 4 ears, 4 toes. We go back to the sewing machine. Okay, first up is going to be the bodies. I'm going to put the little toes on them. So I pin them first to the first to the back, I guess, right here. Just that T shape. I just want to make sure that they are centered one on each side. I've got enough pins over here. I don't have to go back to the table. Line them back up. I do 2 pins, one on each side of the foot, just so that they don't roll around in there. I had one bat that I just, I guess, was rolling the dice on and did not actually pin it at all. And what ended up happening is the foot folded in half. So he had like, I don't know, a little club foot looking thing. I was like, no, it's like undo the entire body stitching to get back to that foot there. So I do 2 pins from then on because my one foray into not pinning went terribly, and I'm not great at taking risks a second time. So there we go. Check, make sure they're all good. Put that guy right there. On to the next one. Go. This guy. Okay, there we go. Both those little guys have their toes in place. Now I can attach the bellies to them. And I start with just making sure that the belly is aligned in the center there, and then I pin just one pin into the foot to make sure that it stays lined up with the foot. This part isn't so much for the foot as it is the belly, keeping all of these raw edges, all the edges of the fabric there, those raw edges, just keeping them all in the same place. Pokey stick out of the way so that I can get my tiny pins. And then I am going to pin halfway down this wing, halfway down this wing, but then I'm not going to pin the rest of the body because I'm just going to kind of hold things in place as I go. Yeah. Pop that in place there. Cool. And then same with this one, gonna pin that in place. Starting with one foot, center that center seam, pin through one foot. Sure it's still centered. It is. Pin through that other foot. And then I'm gonna put one pin halfway up here. And then one pin halfway up here. And then when I go to sew, I'm just gonna hold everything else in place. Fine. Which is already off to great start there. Okay, there we go. Not quite lined up on the edge. Down the edge of the wing. We're gonna stretch it a little bit more. Oh, gonna use my pokey stick to keep everything in place here. That was not the best of lines. I'm gonna probably go over that again. I didn't like that. That was not great. That's not smooth. That one looks better. And I just sewed over all my pins, which is not something you're supposed to do. You should be removing pins before you get to them. But I don't. I'm playing roulette there with do I hit them and break something? These are very, very thin pins, though. I sew over my little glass tipped blue pins. I do not sew over my yellow ones because they are just so much more durable. This will break my needle. The little blue ones will just bend away from it for the most part. I think I've broken a needle once on a blue pin. Um, but I'm willing to take that risk. Yes, gasp. The audacity, the scandal. Also, hi Judo. I finished the first frog that I was going to make today and left everything down on the table there. So I felt it was a little bit more uh, interesting than having just an empty table with one frog. So I put everybody back on it. Um, so now everybody can be covered with my fluffs as I work. And now I'm working on two bats. And then after these two bats, I'm probably going to make another frog or two. I have to look and see what inventory I actually have at the mall craft shop and see if I need more frogs there. Think I do. I have lots of green frogs. Last I stopped in, I still had lots of green frogs. I don't have that many of my poison dart frogs, so I might make a couple more of those just to have in stock. There we go. One body done. I'm going to do this one here. This is the exact same as before. Go. This is why I can like I make them a little bit faster when I'm making multiple at the same time because I don't have to change thread colors or anything like that. I can just go from one piece to the next. And I'm doing the exact same thing just like over and over. It's just kind of like mindless busy work. So I can get it done pretty quick that way. Ooh, I didn't go back and fix that guy. Okay, I have to remember to do that. If I remember to do that, I shall fix it. Pretty good. Again, I'm sewing right over my pins. Right over them. Committing crimes here. There. Yeah, all those wing bits came out nice. It was just this one little guy here. That line is not very smooth right there. So I'm going to just come and kind of smooth that up. In smoothening. That looks good. I think I caught all the bits I needed to there. Got everybody there. So it was just this one line that was not very smooth. Okay. And there, I fixed it. So instead of that little wonky outside line, I now have this nice smooth one that's going to work with. Okay. Those guys there. I'm going to give them their clips here, but I do have to take them back over to the table to get my forceps just to flip them right side out. Because I want to be able to push something small and blunt, not sharp like these guys, into these corners just to push the edges of the wings out. And anywhere that is shaped like a C on the fabric gets clips so that the fabric can stretch as it gets straightened out. This is not really a C, this is mostly a straight line, but I still give it some clips anyways. Oh. And clips along these edges. And these are thread snips. They're not actually meant for snipping things like this, like fabric. This is supposed to be for like my thread only. But I don't really have a different pair of scissors, and I've also, well, not here at my machine. I've got lots over at my table, but I don't want to get up to get them because I'm trying to make these guys as fast as I can. And this one, I don't want to bring others over, so oh no, let's yeah, you can kind of see there. I have a magnet on the front of my machine so that I can just stick these in place, and then when it raises or lowers, it just comes with it. Oh, it's still no notification. Sorry. I will get a Discord up at some point. Um, I don't know when that will be though. Maybe this weekend. Also, hi Pick. Okay, for the ear, the flat part goes towards the face. Yes. I finished my little green frog that's sitting in the bottom corner earlier. The little guy down there in the almost center of the square. I am working on this to St. Batty's Day. Yep. And I'll probably be making more frogs after these guys. I have to check my inventory in the local Maker's Place mall to see how many frogs I have there and which ones I need. But I think I have some green frogs, but I'm running low, if not out of my poison dart frogs. So that one there in that I made today is actually a gift for my little nephew because his birthday was a couple weeks ago, and I have this tradition of never giving people gifts on time. I am just completely incapable of it, apparently. Um, so as is my tradition, I made him a frog today, weeks late. But I will get that out to him and he will have his birthday frog eventually. He already got one poison dart frog from me 2-ish years ago, and he wanted a buddy for that frog. So that was his request. The green and black, very, very round poison dart frog there. There's two faces. Okay, let's see. One, the flat goes towards the face, so it goes on this one. Even when I'm not streaming, I have to verbally like announce which way the ear goes if I have any hope of actually putting it in the right way. Like this is the most confusing, complicated part that like I've made hundreds of bats. You'd think I'd have it down by now, but no, I am still sewing ears in backwards some days. No. And because I sew both the ears forward and backwards to like really reinforce that seam, it is such a pain in the ass to have to fix and like tear those stitches out because the stitches are meant to be permanent, and they really are. Have it down bat. You'd think. I don't know how many bats I need to make before I put the ears in properly without thinking, but it's more than I've made already. I've been making oh, how many bats? I could probably look up and see just from my records how many bats that I've made, but I know at one event I did last year, I sold like 70 some bats in one day. So, oof. Dog, cat toys. I have. The problem is that because it takes me so long to make things, I have to price them like per hour it takes me. and they end up getting really, really expensive, and then people are just like, "Oh, I'm not paying that much for a toy that my animal is going to destroy over time." Um, so it just kind of becomes like I can make them, but the chances of me finding the unicorn buyer who's going to be like, "Yes, I want this toy for my animal, and also I am willing to spend this much money." It means that the things I make are going to like sit around forever um until that person shows up, or I can just offer it as like a custom thing like, if you want it, I will make it, but I will not make it until you already pay me. Yeah. Like the bats I know sell just because like, well, Beezy, the pattern maker slash plushie maker who like designed the bat pattern and has sold it. Like these guys have like this cult following online, no matter who makes them. There are people who love these bats. So these I'm okay with making in advance and then just trying to sell because I know it will sell. Um, Other big things, I usually make one or two of them and then just kind of wait for somebody to be like, I want that. And then it'll be like, great, I will make it for you after you pay. Just because like I already am running low on space in my craft room for like just supplies stuff. I really don't have the space to make a million things and then hold on to them. That might be changing this year though. I am applying for a couple of conventions. Ow, stab myself. Um, and those I will have to have stock in advance, like to take with me. Um, Hopefully, like last year, I think I only did one or two events. One of them was the local Pride Fest. Hopefully, I can do that one again. That's where I sold like 70 bats in 2 hours. So that was great. I have applied for my local city's Comic Con, which was a really expensive table. So I really hope I sell things there. But I don't think I can take so much bats there. I do need to make like Comic Con type stuff. And then I've got applications in for like a grand total of 12 different conventions, three of which who have already gotten back to me and been like, sorry, you're waitlisted, which is basically their way of saying no. Uh, it's very, very uncommon to actually get off of a wait list. So hopefully I make it into a bunch of them. Um, because that would be really great to like get my name out there, to make things, get known, to have people buy my things. Yeah, that's my goals. It's not so much get in super early. Most conventions, what they do is they have a like just a random raffle system, or they'll sometimes do like a juried raffle where you have to put in like, what do you make? Plushies. And then from those pools, they just kind of randomly select. So on some of them, I am up against every other person who has put in an application for a table, and the chances of your name being drawn are fairly slim. Others, you put in that like you're doing a certain craft, and then you're just being drawn against people of that same craft, or they look at you and they decide like, yes, you like your stuff is high quality enough that we want you, or no, your stuff is just crap you bought from China, so we don't want you. And then everybody who's like past that first threshold then gets raffled against each other. um but mostly it's just luck of the draw if you get in or not. There are very, very few conventions that are fully juried where they straight up look at you and then decide if they want you and like extend a personal invitation kind of a thing. Mostly because that's a lot more work for the convention organizers to have to look at every single application and decide if it's good or not. It's a lot easier to just toss all the names into a bucket and pull out X number and however many tables you have. So I have applied to 12. I do not think I will get into even half of them, but it would be great if I could. And the local Pride Fest has not, yes, bucket. The local Pride Fest has not put out their applications yet this year, so I can't apply for them, but at least I know that they will be in June. So I have just not scheduled anything else there because I really like the local things because I don't have to travel to them. So if I can get into local conventions or local festivals, that's just it saves on the cost of travel and like room and board while you're there. Although I have come up with a way, like the whole reason when I got my new car, the whole reason I got the car that I do have now is that basically I lied down in the back of it and was like, "Yep, this is long enough that I can actually like throw down a pallet and sleep in my car." So instead of going to a convention somewhere and paying for a hotel room, I can look for like a state park or a camping grounds type thing where the prices are usually about like 25 bucks a night. And I can just sleep in the back of the car, wake up the next morning, be stinky, go into the convention, sell more things, sleep in the car, go home on Sunday, be super stinky there, and not have spent hundreds of dollars on a hotel room that has a shower and other amenities. Um, I Going to a campground is not that bad. I wouldn't do this like sleeping in a parking lot or something. Um, Campgrounds generally are okay. Like I grew up going to campgrounds with parents and everything and just sleeping in tents, which don't have lot like that's just canvas at best. So the like being on a campground in a locked vehicle is already safer than like what I'm used to doing. So I'm confident with that. That's okay. I would not go and like sleep like that in a parking garage at the convention center or a parking lot at a random like Walmart or anything like that. I'm not that confident in my abilities to not get attacked. Um, but at a campground or at a state park is something I'm comfortable with, and also a lot cheaper. Yeah, as long as there's not a serial murder, like if they are advertising like murder free since 2020, I might skip those ones because I'd like you to be murder free forever. So murder free campgrounds, yes. It would also be very much like because if I'm going to like a campground with just my car, I wouldn't even be leaving anything behind. Like it would literally be like convention closes at like what Artist Deli usually closes what like 8 to 10 at night sometimes. So I'd be leaving at the end of the Artist Alley, driving to the campground, sleeping, waking up early enough to drive back to the convention when they open, like 9 a.m., and then leaving nothing behind or anything like that. So it's not like I have to secure my shits there. It would just be like park the car overnight and then go back in. And guys named Jason. Yes, stay away from anyone named Jason, especially if they have mask fetish. That's just a concern right there. Red flags. Side note, there is a artist that I follow. She draws a web comic called Daughter of the Lilies, which is really, really cute. But she also draws I think it started off as like a Tumblr shit post probably. But she draws a horror web comic that's just kind of funny horror called Kylie Has a Slasher Boyfriend. And it's a camp counselor, Kylie, who basically beats up a Jason esque serial killer, murderer dude from the woods. And then he just kind of like falls in love with her from it. No, it's just really cute little pictures and everything. That one's a really cute comic that she draws. Okay, there's my two faces with the ears sewn on in the correct direction. I need to put eyes on these, and then I need to flip these guys. Then I stitch down the lines of the wings to keep the wings flat and the belly round. Once the eyes are on, then I can sew up the bottom there, and then it's just hand sewing. These guys don't have a lot of marker on them, so I probably won't even wash them out. They look pretty good. Normally, if I've got like lines of marker or anything that like really show up, instead of sewing these guys together, I will then dunk them in water and let them dry overnight. But they're looking pretty good, so I'm gonna just leave them to be. Um, it's Pokemon. It is Pokemon. I can swap back over. Okay. And flippy these guys. Go one wing. The overhead light in my craft room needs a new bulb, so every once in a while it just flashes at me. Very annoying. He's dying and I realize it, but also he's like so far up in the air, I don't want to change it. Not until he's fully dead. Oh. Okay, so there's my bodies. My headless bats. Not Halloween themed. Although that is a funny idea, and I might try that at least one for next Halloween. I might make a headless bat and then just kind of see if it sells. I'll make the head separately. Oh, maybe magnets to attach it. Ooh, I don't know. We'll see. I've got months to go before that. Pokey stick, where'd you go? stick. Hello, Panda. I am good. I am back to streaming finally after like a year plus of not streaming. Still making the exact same plushies and all. No big change there. Life just got really hectic and busy, so streaming was not something I could get back to. Also, my laptop started doing this random thing where it just blue screens like once every other day, which is just not cool. So I have a new computer now, courtesy of Judo. Judo and Pick helped me out with that a lot, but I now have my stream set up and I can stream again. So I'm going to be back to hopefully streaming stuffed animals Wednesday through Friday and maybe Tuesdays. That's kind of my plan. Okay, I've got eyeballs and bodies. Back to the other side so I can stitch them all together. Don't need that anymore. Okay. For the faces. Okay. Yes, I am glad to be back. I'm gonna pin these guys in place. I am not confident enough doing the faces without pinning them. It's just such a small and like important little curve that actually still needs to be pinned. Oh. Okay. And that can cut. There we go there. Life got crazy for you too? Has it at least calmed down at all? In the pin there. No. Oh no. Well, I hope it does soon. And I hope nothing is wild and crazy enough that you can't handle in the meantime. Okay, 2 faces are done. Woo! Um, for the wings and the bodies, this part I have to change the settings on my machine a little bit. Okay. So I have buttons on the foot pedal, the gas pedal that like makes my machine go, that change the buttons up top for me so I don't have to keep reaching up and hitting things. Um so like I can turn on my reverse button here without actually touching it. Uh what I do normally have is a cut button so that it will cut the thread for me when I'm done. I don't want it to cut the thread on any of these ones here. Actually, I need to pull it up as well. Just because every time it cuts the thread, it leaves a little like snarl behind, which is fine if you're on the insides of the plushies. The snarl's never going to be seen. But when I'm sewing on like the outside of the plushie, doing this top stitching lines, I don't want those snarls to be seen there. So it's so ingrained in my head right now that like when I'm done sewing a line, I just kick to the side, hit the button that cuts it. So I actually have to turn that off and change it to something else during this step. Otherwise, I just constantly cut the thread and then I have to like constantly pull it back up and it's annoying. Okay. So I have to change it to just raise the foot of the machine so that I can then go on to the next line without cutting anything. Found out you were pregnant 5 months pregnant. Oh my gosh. And it came early. Oh my goodness. Well, congratulations. Like that's very exciting, but also like wow, you lost out on like 5 months of prep time. That's really tough. Oh my goodness. There you go. Very overwhelming. Yeah, I can only imagine. I don't have kids yet, so I don't have that going on right now. But I did grow up the oldest of 5 kids, so like I've had experience with small babies, and yeah, that gets really overwhelming real fast. More okay. Okay. There. And then I did not cut the threads, so I have to like manually cut them afterwards. They're just hanging out right here. But that's still a lot better than me having to fish the thread up every single time I finish a line to prevent those little snarls. So it's all good. Go. one of the projects I'm actually going to be working on in the next coming weeks is my best friend for about 15 years now has she's in her second trimester, so she's going to be having a baby pretty soon, and she's requested some stuffed animals for said child, and so I'm going to work on a couple of patterns for them to see just different options for her of what she may want to have these custom stuffed animals, and then I'm gonna make all of them before the baby gets here. So I actually have a deadline of when I need to get that done. Hopefully, as long as the baby is polite and comes at the right time. Uh, but that'll be my project in the next couple of weeks, working on that. So my one, I've got two outstanding commissions. One of them is the lamb that's down there that I just finished up. I need to put the bell on the cape, and then everything else is done, which I could probably check after these bats are done. I can actually check on that cloak, see if that's good. Um, so I'm pretty much done with all of my big guys that require uh time intensive work on. So I'll be able to start those plushies for her pretty soon. Okay, these guys are all good. Going back to my table. Bloop. There we go. I don't need my eyeballs anymore. I can get them out of the way. Hang that up there. Who needs eyeballs? If you have eyeballs, you're just going to see all the stuff that's going on in the world and get stressed out. So just get rid of them. You don't need them. Eyeballs optional. Oh. Okay, all these string. Oh, nope, I forgot one string. That's actually inside the bat, so not super important, but there we go. Should be good there. Ah, come on, cut. Okay, those guys are all nice and cleaned up now. Threads in the head. Let me get rid of those. Just gonna cut those straight over the trash bin. Oh. Okay. And beans. It's time for beans. The beans! Each guy gets one scooping of beans. I have this scoop that its entire job is just to put beans in bats. Like, it's the perfect amount to fill one bat body with beans. It's the only thing I use that scoop for. Cone heads, yep. He'll be okay. He'll get his normal head soon. There's my beans. Done with them. Get my stuff in. I know, I don't really have space for the stuff. The problem with putting the bats everywhere, it might look nice on camera, but I can't work here now. I lost all of this workspace. There's a little bit of stuffing per body. There's just a little bit of stuffing because otherwise they get a little bit like lumpy, uh, or like wrinkly. I don't know, reverse lumpy. So it just keeps them a little bit puffier. But most of the body is filled with those beans. They come up to about here. So. Ended up making a plush of a blue bear with a heart for it. And then it was a girl instead. Oh no. Okay, well at that point you just put like a little carrot with not above boy. Whoops. Or yeah, haha, JK. That's a whoops. There's a little confused. It's fine though. The spirit is there. Is this your first kid? She's your first. Ah, so you don't even have any older kids that you could like pawn the bear off onto. But that's okay. You can just have extra bears. Okay, everybody is stuffed. There we go. We got the faces, we got the bodies. Now I just need my green thread. This part is just the hand sewing part. So I can probably just move us over to bigger screen. There you go. And start in the middle of the body there. Crack the little face on. The only custom commission I have right now, besides the stuffed animals for my friend, is I'm still working on Lamb, the plush that I started like a year ago, which has been like the longest I've ever kept somebody waiting on a plushie. So I really do need to finish that one up soon. But there's a couple more bits of info I need before I can continue working on him. Um, so as soon as I get those, then I will be going back to working on him. And most of his patterning is done. So it's just pretty much the create embroidery file or tear apart the current plushie I have, create patterns and embroidery files from that, and then stitch together. So the actual that part will be fairly quick. Like I think that will probably be I work on that every day for a week and then it's done. No, didn't have to redo any. I'm just waiting on information about the hair and like what looks good for the hair. And then after that, just some basic information like for example, on the lamb here, around the face, there is this line of embroidery to like put the face onto it. I can sew it that way, or I can just sew like two fabrics directly together so that there is no line of embroidery. So I just need to know what the preference would be there before I actually go ahead and do it. Because if I have to create this embroidery line, the pattern piece is going to be different than if I am sewing two pieces together. So I just need that information before I actually start turning it into a pattern. The sheep's cute. Thank you. That is the lamb from Cult of the Lamb, the fantastic video game. Hello, Phoenix. Oh, I need a lurk emoji. Emote? Where are they on? Is it emoji or emote on Twitch? I think it's emote, right? I need a lurk one. Emote. Okay. I need to make a lurk. I need to make laughing. I need to make pop. That'll be probably a weekend plan. I don't plan on really drawing on stream because while I do have a tablet for my computer that I have back in my craft room, most of the time I draw, it is on my laptop, and I sit like a little shrimp with my laptop screen about like 4 inches from my face, and then I just sit there and like scribble, which would not translate well to me drawing on stream. So that's gonna all happen like in the evening when I am like just done with life. I can just shrimp and draw in my little gremlin pose. But I'll get those probably this weekend, unless something big comes up. Ostrich egg, yeah. I'm pretty good when I am sewing back in my craft room, just because I'm for the most part standing up. Um, so that's just I'm pretty good about that. But Me drawing is a totally different story. I am absolutely a little shrimp gremlin. Okay, one bat's got his head on. Yeah, so my upcoming projects are I'm going to be working on Lan, the same guy that I've been working on for a while. I need to uh I need to create the plushies for my friend for her kid. I need to find out if I'm getting into any fairs or conventions or anything else. And then make a whole bunch of stuff for that. So that'll probably be on stream as well. I do have an event for around Mother's Day. So I need to make a whole bunch of cute little Mother's Day sort of themed things. I'll probably bring some of my pink bats and some other little small guys. But if I've gotten into any of the Comic Cons or conventions or anything, I'll be making more like the lamb, some big things just to show off. Um, yeah. So all of those will be future stream plans. Today, after I finish these two bats, I'm going to just try and make some more froggies. And then however long that takes me, that'll be the probably the only two things I'm doing on stream today, just the bats and the frogs. Thank you. So the bats are not my own pattern. I bought this pattern from a lady named Beezy. Beezy Arts. Beeezee. So she makes the bat pattern along with a couple of other patterns. So I just bought it from her and then I make a whole bunch of bats because they're cute and they sell well. So it's kind of like my filler in between the large, more interesting commissions that I work on. If I have downtime and nothing else to do, I'm just gonna make a bat. Ah, here, come on. Okay, that was the last knot I need to tie that ear on. I can just bury my thread. And there we go. One St. Patrick's Day bat is done. A big bat. Yeah, nice. Like how big? I can imagine. Small, tiny human beings need lots of care. Oh, I'm going to start with the body. Same size. Oh, okay. So she does need to get a little bit bigger. Otherwise, that bat will just overwhelm her entirely. I didn't have any like handmade stuffed animals when I was a kid or like a baby, but I do actually still have the very first stuffed animal that was ever given to me. Like the day that I was born, my dad bought a stuffed animal giraffe, a music box giraffe at the hospital gift shop, and I still have it to today. So it's just kind of like that's my doll. I was entirely clever as a child and named my giraffe Giraffe. And she no longer plays music. The music box part inside of her broke decades ago, but I still have her, and she sits on the shelf next to my bed so that I don't break her any further. But she's still there, and I love her. So yeah, she's the same age as me, which I think is pretty cool. Like just I don't know, I think it's cool that I was able to hang on to her for decades like that and not lose her. And now I make stuffed animals for other people. So that's my story arc. Oh, you lost yours. Oh, that really stinks. One of my neighbors while growing up actually had a golden that was named Lucky. I feel like that's a really good name for golden retrievers. Whew. So very appropriate, very appropriate doll to be named Lucky. Family are awful glad they don't know about the baby. Yeah, do what you need to protect your peace. Absolutely. Like if family is great, then that's great. You have a built-in like support network. But if your family just causes you more stress than not, like absolutely don't feel obligated to stick around and be with them just because it's family. Like just protect your peace. Life is crazy enough without being forced to be around people that add to the craziness. Okay. One more ear to go. Oh, forgot to tie my knot first. So the head and both ears, I do all in one piece of thread here, mostly so that I don't have to stop and hide the knots everywhere. So when I go from one side, like one part to the next, I just tie a knot there to keep it from shifting inside. But I just bury my thread through the middle and go on to the next thing I need to sew. I did the same thing with the frog, where basically I sew up the butt and then I just move on to all four legs and just tie the knots in between. So it's all one piece of thread holding the frog together with knots so that if one of them falls apart, not the other pieces will not fall off. Oh, I'm going right through the seam there. Too many layers. Ah, there we go. This is just not great green fabric. I apparently have too many seams right where I want to tie this knot, and it's fighting me. I'm trying to push the needle through too many layers there. Whoops. Okay. Bat number 2 is done. Okay. There's my second bat. So today's work so far, let's see, 3.5 ish hours of work. I've made 2 bats and 1 frog. I am going to move some things around real quick. I want to make some more of the poison dart frogs just so I can have them in stock, but I do need to check which ones I currently have before I do that. So let me jump over to my computer real quick. Selling portal, items, search for frog. What guys do I stock? Hmm. Why aren't they showing everybody? Oh, there we go. I need the blue frogs. Oh, I need just plain green frogs as well. multiple froggies. I apparently don't have nearly as many frogs as I thought I did. Okay. Well, okay, I am going to need basically every frog. So I think I might just make some basic green frogs today. Yeah, I might cut out some basic green frogs. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. Scoot to this screen. I'll be right back in just a second. Okay. I'm going to make some poison dart frogs, I've decided, because the green frogs, I have got like 3 or 4 different color greens, and it says I have 2 of them still in stock. I don't have the other 2, and I don't remember which color green the 2 in stock are. Like, I've named them, like, toad frog, bullfrog, swamp frog, or something like that. But I didn't actually say, like, this one is camo green, this one is forest green. So I don't know which 2 frogs I have. Froggies. Yeah, so I'm gonna make some of the Amazonian frogs, the different uh tree frogs, because those ones at least I know what they are based on their names, and I know which ones I have and which ones I don't. So let me see. Can I put my bats like sitting up? They still look okay. Well, they're off screen, but don't need the beans. There are no beans involved in frogs. There. I've got a little bit of working space there. I don't know if that's going to be enough to cut the fabric I need, but we're going to see. The lamb might have to move it. Bat eyeballs can go away. I do need the frog eyeballs still, so they will stay in the corner. Um, Clean up a little. There's my frog pattern. And where is my frog instruction sheet? Okay, so my tricolor frog, yellow, orange, black, and blue. Okay. I wish I had actually written like what color yellow, which color orange. That would have been helpful. Past moose, thanks a lot. I'm going to make some of those first, though, the Amazonian ones. They take me the longest to make just because there's so many colors on them, but they're also the most popular of the Froggos. So, yeah, kind of balances out. Let's see. I want. Woo! Don't fall. I'm going to use lemon for the yellow. I really like how vibrant that is. A picture of them. Oh no, I don't use vibrant yellow. I use more of like a butter yellow. Hmm. Let me see what color. Sunshine. Well, that's essentially the same. Sunshine and lemon, I'm not seeing a difference really. This is just so close to it. Okay, well, that's not the one then. What color is this? Banana. Howl fabric banana. That looks more like what I have in my pictures. I might use banana. That's just a little bit lighter. But I could also use up some more of the yellow, the lemon here. Hmm. Well, let me see what orange I have and what orange looks better with it. This is pumpkin. I think the pumpkin looks better with the banana there. They're just a little bit, they're like the same pasteliness. I don't know color words. These two look like they belong together though. This is just a little bit too vibrant next to this one. I think banana and pumpkin are going to be those two colors. I need black for the little decorative outlines. Oh, I might be able to just add this little guy. And let's see. I'm gonna come over here. Looking in my files. Open up my frogs. So I started making a couple of stickers that I can just make at home basically and then print out and cut on my Cricut of my specific stuffed animals that I make. So I think I have the Amazonian frog in. Yes, I do. Okay. I can go like this. Save as. And if I save him, overwrite. Yes. I can change him on my screen. There we go. Okay. Well, that down there in the corner there, that little guy, that's the frog that I'm going to be making right now. Fantastic. Okay. I need the super bright. Where's my peacock blue? Yep. Okay. Shannon Peacock. There we go. And then black. So those are going to be the 4 colors that I use for that frog. I think lamb. Oh, before I do that, let's see his cape. Yes, that glue is dry. Okay, so I've got his little cape here ready for him to wear. I need to put the bell on. Just add that little bell. Oh, it's so fluffy. There's little fuzzums everywhere. But with that, he's done. There we go. This one will be mailed out this weekend or whenever I next go to the post office, probably Saturday morning. This one will be mailed out to its owner. So cute little guy with the bell. I don't know if that actually picks up on the microphone or not, but it's a very loud little metal bell. So I like just having the actual bell. Just a little extra, I think. Okay, Cult of the Lamb. Lamb is officially done. Okay. Cat, don't fall over. Just sit. Stay nice. There we go. Oh, I could just lay them down. They're looking up at the camera. They don't have to be sitting looking at me. I can lay them down. You 3 sit right there. There, you look great. Fantastic. Gorgeous little guys. Okay, frog can sit. These guys get out of the way. And now for the front bit. Where'd my parent pieces go? Underneath, of course. For this frog, I need the blue feet. So I need two 5-inch squares from the peacock. Got about a quarter yard of that left, or a quarter meter for people in not America. That's good there. Oh, this is just a full quarter. Oh, nope, there I did. I cut from it. Okay. I'm gonna cut here, I think. Just gonna continue up this side. And where are my markers? Back behind my Cricut. Oh, I can cut that out without tracing it. Be fine. Okay, so I need two of these for the feet. Um, hmm. I'm actually going to cut out a bunch of these. I'll probably only work on them one at a time. But I think I'm going to cut out more than one. Four. 4 inches up after I cut the five there. I'm not going to cut there. I want to keep that 9 inches. That's more usable for me. I'm going to come this way. Make it a very long, narrow piece. That'll be fun to fold back up. Ugh. Didn't cut all the way through. The time for a new blade? Okay, that's two frog legs. I'm gonna cut three. I'll make three frogs. Oop. Didn't cut all the way. Okay, there we go. Three frogs. And then I can take my fabric, fold that back up. Hmm. Bad at folding. Very bad at folding. Well, that's not great. That pin's sticking out. I will definitely stab myself on that. That's gotta be fixed. Okay. Color on that one is Shannon Peacock. Go. That's three sets of legs. For the body, what color did I make belly? The belly is yellow. So the base and the belly are going to be yellow. Okay. That'll be these next. I no longer need my feet pattern. I can remove that. Feet pattern gone. The body needs to be a 6x6 yellow and the base. So I need, oh, this is Howl banana. Do I have non-Howl banana? Hang on. Do I have a Shannon banana? I definitely do. I have so much banana. Yeah, okay. I'm going to use my Shannon banana. They're very, very similar in colors. Howl and Shannon are just the two different companies that make really nice Minky. I have not noticed a difference between them other than some of the colors are slightly different. Howl I have to buy online. Shannon, there's a couple of local little quilting stores that sell it. So it's easier for me to replace the Shannon than it is the Howl. But the Howl is actually cheaper. I just have to buy it multiple pieces, multiple colors at the same time so that I can like save on the shipping. So the Shannon just takes a drive to the local quilt store and then I get to touch fabric and it's lovely. I'd rather use the Shannon if I have the same color from the two brands. Okay. This goes down. This is going to be, do I have 12 inches there? I do have 12 inches here because that's my midpoint. So, ugh, stop that. Covered in fluff. So I've got that there. I can just cut 6 inches this way. That's 3 and 6 here. And then I've got 2 bases right there. And I said I cut 3, right? There's 1, 2. Yes, I'm cutting enough fabric for 3 frogs. So this is 2 frogs right here. Here's 6. 6 is this line right here. Okay, so there's 2 frog bases. Banana. I need 1 more base, well, 6-inch base. And then I need to cut 3 of the bellies. Right at the edge of the camera there. It's fine. I'm a great videographer. And a great cutter. Okay, there we go. So I got my 3 bases there. I'm going to flip it over so I can draw on the back. I will need a yellow marker for this. It goes down in this direction. There we go. I'm going to go with an orange marker actually. Oops, I forgot to put the lines on the other one. Let me just center that back up. Okay, those 2 and 1 more right up here. Okay, there we go. So there's my 3 bellies. I don't think I need the marker for that anymore. Let me cut those out. Then I can fold up my banana. Oh, that one I folded nicer. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna cut those out around the edges. Oop. And then I just need my orange and my black. Okay, belly is done. Let's see, orange. Says I need a 4x5 orange in landscape direction. I'll accept that. Past me probably knew what she was talking about. This is my pumpkin. Get things out of the way there. A blue marker I still need to draw on the back of things. Flip this over. Pumpkin. That. Good there. Let me get rid of that little tail. Okay. 4x5 inches orange. So 4 inches up and 5 over, but I need actually 15 over. Let's see. Well, that's not 15. And I can do 4x10. That's 2 pieces. Then I'll have to go to the next area. Okay. Five inches over. And what section should I cut from next? I'm going to cut from right here. Ugh, that's folded over so weird. 4 inches up and 5 over. 4 up, 5 over. That's pretty good. Okay. Can you have that? Yes. If you come up to visit again, you can have it all. I don't even know what I just gave you. You just said that. You mean the frog bits? I can give you frog bits. Oh, my hands? But I need them. How about this? I will trade you your hands for my hands. That way I still have hands and you can have mine. There's my orange bits, black bits. I am terrified of how we're going to be swapping hands. I do not understand how this is going to work. I am willing to see it out, but I am worried. Black. What do I need with black? 5x6 black portrait. Ugh. Look at how terrible I was at cutting this. Look at this giant piece down here that's just like wobbly all over. I mean, can you see that? Like, let me put something underneath it. Look at that cut. That is a terrible cut. Look at this. It's got stairs. I did this. This is terrible. And then I've got this giant chunk here just missing. What was I doing? Oh my goodness. I'm bad at fabric. I think this was a bat. I think I cut a bat out of here. Hmm. Well, whatever I cut out of here, I did it terribly. Like, this is so bad. Okay, let's start at this bottom corner. And I get a piece. Yeah, okay. I can get straight pieces out of here. Yeah. It needs to be 6 tall, 5 wide. So 6 tall right there. Oof. Just get rid of those little bits. I don't need them. This is 6. 5 wide, I said, right? So it's going to be 15 in total. And get rid of these little bits. None of those are big enough to use on anything. Why did I keep the little tiny scrappy bits? Okay. That is still not any better. I just cut haphazardly, willy-nilly out of this. This is just crazy. This is not good fabric maintenance here. How am I going to wrap this up? Okay. I'm going to have to pin this multiple times. That's why I had multiple pins in it, I guess. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that'll maybe hold together. Just very bad at cutting that piece of black fabric there. Oof. Especially because this gets stuffed in the far corner of my closet where I have to like stretch and shove it in. I wish I had kept that a lot neater. Okay, there's my 15. Supposed to be 6 tall by 5 this way. 5. 5. And that one's 5, right? Yes, that's 5. Okay. So Fuzzies everywhere all over again. Okay, so these fabrics are going to be for 3 different frogs, like the one down in the corner now. I've got my black stripes, my orange head, and then the yellow base underneath it all. Got my 3 frogs, and then they get yellow bellies and blue feet. Fuzzies everywhere. It's cool. Fabric goes down this direction. Goes down this direction. Oops, wait, gotta flip it. I'm gonna be drawing the little feet on here. I have to flip it and draw on the back. Go. And I'm using my Crayola washable markers just because it marks the fabric nicely, but then goes away when you wash it. I usually reserve the Sharpies for like only the situations where you absolutely can't see what you're writing on the fabric, because that's super permanent, and if it bleeds through to the front, that's just not good. Go down this direction, down that direction. Beats. What happened? What do you mean, what happened? I wasn't paying attention. What did happen? Rocky feet too. Goes down this way. Okay, there's my 3 froggy feets. My froggy feets. And which way is the fuzz brush down? Brushes down that direction. This one brush. Brushes this way. And this one brushes this way. Go away, fuzzies. Okay, so I have glue all over my fingers. I've gotten a little bit stained with my markers. Whoops, I touched it before it dried. Got my feets ready. Got my 3 bodies ready. I do need to cut the stabilizer for it because I thought this frog fit in my 120/120 hoop, which is about 4 by 4 inches. But they don't. They fit in my 260/150 hoop, which is approximately 5.5 by 7.5. So I need the stabilizer cut to fit that. So I'll have to get new stabilizers for that one. This is from my last frog, which I can actually save the top pieces because I will use those. I won't use the little guys, but I can use these ones. If I figure out where to put my stabilizer bag. Um, Good question. Okay. It's just gonna sit in the back then. Cool. I will find that later. What happened to the body? I chopped them up. I don't know. 24150 hoop needs a 10 by 15 piece of stabilizer. Let me get these guys out of the way. This is just a deconstructed frog. This is like modern art here. This is got to be 10 by 15. Move you out of the way. So this is 20 wide, so I can get my 10 this way if I cut it 15 this way. Oof. Yeah, okay, I need to move on my bats and guys now. Cannot have them on the screen for cutting large bits. Everything else has got to move. Okay, 15. And I'm gonna need another one of those. $15. My stabilizer gets put away. Both of these get cut in half. Yes, okay. Okay. 4 pieces, 3 frogs. One of these is just going to go to my extra pile, which is just a clip full of bits that then gets stuck to a magnet on the wall. Oop. Go. Pencil the middle of my hoop approximately right. Gonna be a 6 by 6 piece, so that's 3 up, that's 3 down. That's where my fabric needs to go. So the first deconstructed frog here goes down that way. And it's been so long since I've made these guys, I don't actually know what order the bits go into the hoop. I think the orange goes first. I just realized on the little sticker dude that I put down in the corner here, he's got a yellow face and an orange body, but the frog I make has a yellow body and an orange face. I reversed him accidentally. Okay, I think I need to fix this. This is gonna bother me. Back to my drawing here. Oh, of course I did this way. Hmm. I made him all orange and then I just added a yellow spot to him. Okay, well, if I copy my colors, that's just his body color. So I can lock that, turn them all yellow. This part, though, great. Actually, I'm going to put that in a different light. Oh, do it as a circle. Oh, that's a lot better. Okay. Not a straight line. Hmm. Well, it needs to be a lot more intense than that. If I do color to transparent, but he's supposed to have an orange. They just do. That's, oh, I didn't turn this one on. Oh my. Oh, I'm so good at this. Foreground color to transparent. That. Duplicate it a couple of times. Can I add one right? That looks better. Merge down. Oh, you should be a little bit size it. Yeah. There we go. Okay, now he's got an orange face like he's supposed to. You're saving over it there. Does he look better now? Yeah, okay, there we go. Supposed to have an orange face, not a yellow face. Can't believe I mixed that one up. Okay, back to, we're going to go to the embroidery with the go. Cool beans. I can't believe I messed that one up. Okay, well, we're going to get that set up on the embroidery machine now, the proper colorway. My goodness. Calibrate the hoop means it does some wiggles. Go into my Files, pick out my frogs. Frog in the center of the hoop, go. Oh, come on, camera. You need to be cooler than okay. Click in place. Gonna do some wiggles and okay, so the first color is just tack down. It's going to do the shape of the frog. The second one is going to do the orange, and then it's going to do the black. So I'm going to start with just a black line around the outside. That should be okay. Let's see how well that works. You don't need that. You cut the thread again. I really don't want you to do that. I'm gonna have to edit that in that file. Whoa, that was really close to the edge down there. That was so close down to the edge. Okay. That was my tack down. Next up is the orange piece. So I don't want my black thread. I want orange thread. Hold that down. So where's my orange? There we go. That's going to be my tack down of the orange. I need my piece of orange from over here. That goes centered right on those guys, right to the top of the other fabric. So that should be good there. And stitch. I'm not certain this needs to go around twice. Especially not this top part that it's doing. I feel like this line that it's doing right here is kind of a one and done sort of situation. That's going to be sewn into the seam. It doesn't need to be reinforced. Past Moose made mistakes. Okay, cut your threads. Because now I have to get rid of all the extra orange before I put the black stripes on. Come over to the little table. Again, swap focus to big screen. I can get my tiny little snips. And I can take these guys off. And I can kind of ignore the rest of this because when I cut the frogs out of the fabric, that's going to be uh, cut away anyways. So I don't need to be super precise about cutting it right now. So next up is going to be the black bit, which I got fuzzies everywhere. And that's going to go right down the center of the frogs. Right there. And everything is going to the bottom of the hoop. Very good. Very nice, very nice. And we're not going to use our orange anymore. We're going to go back to our black thread. Black to sew down black. Yes, got black. And go. Oh, it's going to double on those as well? Oh my goodness. Okay. I don't really think I needed to do double up on these. Okay. Well, that's working out so far so good. Um, that's almost done. I don't really want to start sewing the toes just because it's embroidering out so quickly. It will be done by the time that I am back to anything else. So I guess I'm gonna just wait for it to finish. It's like 2/3 done. In the meantime, I guess I can get my toes ready to take over. I can get all the fuzz off my table. Okay. These two will go with the other deconstructed froggies. There we go. Deconstructed frog, deconstructed frog. And then I've got these guys here that are the actual toes. I do want to kind of pin them down just so that they stay in place while I go over to my sewing machine. Although I will be sewing them down. I like tacking things in place with thread rather than the pins because I can't stab myself on thread. So I'm done with all my pattern bits, or at least the feet pattern bits. And the belly I'm done with. I still need this piece because that will give me the position of the eye. But these bits can go back in my frog container with the little feet Tracy bits for later. And I think I can bring back my other dudes. Put them on the screen. That would be fine. They're not in the way anymore. Ta-da! A bat. A bat. Deconstructed frog, a bat. There. Look at how cute those little guys are. And my frog can sit right there. Ta-da! There. The things I'm working on today. There we go. Okay. Embroidery for the froggy is done. I'm probably not going to start up the embroidery on the other two frogs. I will leave that until tomorrow. I will just finish this frog and then it is 6:20-ish here. So I will probably finish this frog. That will put me at 7:20-ish or thereabouts. Maybe a little bit after 7:20, maybe closer to 8-ish. Either way, that will put me at a good ending point for this stream. So this will be the last plush that I make today, which isn't terrible. I have two bats that were half made that I finished, and I made the frog for my nephew so that I can mail it out this weekend at the same time as I mail out the Cult of the Lamb. So that's fine. Those are all good to go. Penny scissors. Ugh. Working black on black is like my least favorite part here. It's just so hard to see. Okay, there we go. One edge done. I also made this challenge mode for myself by doing this little wavy design rather than like a straight line, which would be a lot easier. I mean, I think it looks a lot better. It looks a lot more organic to have like the wavy line, but Okay, well, at some point there, my microphone died. I don't know exactly where. So I'll have to watch the playback to figure that out. But that gives me a good idea of how long the battery lasts. So that's good. It's been 4 hours, 40 ish minutes. So I will check that out. Anyways, as I was saying to apparently just myself, I'm going to pin this together and then take the body here with the little feet over to my sewing machine so I can sew up the feet and the body at the same time. There we go. Going with the there we go. Now for this, I'm going to need both yellow and the bright blue thread. I have a matching. Oh, I do. That matches perfectly. Okay. I am all done with Thomas. Thomas gets turned off. Okay. Thomas doesn't have to run anymore because Thomas is going to go sleeps. I am done with that for tonight. I'm not going to make a second froggy after this one. This will just be the end of my stream as soon as I finish this guy, which will still probably put me close to around 8 my time. It's 6:30 now. So I'm predicting probably an hour ish on this frog. Um Frogs usually take me an hour and a half to make. This one here, because he's got extra colors and extra steps, does take me the longest of all of the frogs. So it'll just be, I'm going to say probably an hour to finish this up. So that'll just be, that's a good length of stream. That's good there. Oh, I did not change my settings back, so I can't actually cut my, now I can. Okay, settings changed. We're all good. Okay. That's good. Okay. So there's the top of my frog, minus his eyeballs, which he'll be getting in just a second. If I sew that top line before I put the eyeballs in, it's just a little bit easier. I don't always remember to do that, especially because I draw the little dots for the eyes, and then my brain goes like, "Yes, time for eyeballs," and then I immediately put them on, and it's a problem. Um, but he's looking good. Oh, I should put the eyeballs now, because then I can sew the belly on, and I won't have to change my thread out twice. Ooh, that is a good idea. Okay, back to the table. We're gonna get some eyeballs out. And my stabby tool. Stabby tool. Stabby tool. Then I do need to snip a little bit of extra. I do that right above the black line, trying not to cut those stitches. And there's one. And there's eyeball number 2. Belly gets pinned in place. And here. This frog's nice because I have to leave a gap for stitching, and the edges of the black lines is just a really good place to begin and end on this frog. It's a good size, and then I can stitch him up, stitch his butt up right along those, and it works out really nicely. That was not part of the original plan. That just kind of happenstance. It worked out. Oop, that didn't right. Okay. And now I can go back and I can sew up the body bits. Ah, zap. No zaps. Do not zaps. And again, I am sewing over pins, which is highly illegal. Do not do that. That is unsafe for your sewing machine. Okay, so there he's all sewn up. Let's flip him right sides out. His little eyeballs, very stabby eyeballs. There we go. There, that looks like that little guy, right? Let's see. Right there? Wait, where do I hold him? They look exactly the same. Perfect little froggy man. Okay, now I can swap out my thread. Don't need, I need my blue because I'm going to put his legs together. They are very blue. I don't want yellow in the bobbin either. I want blue. Oh man, that's the blue I have. That is not a lot of blue left in my bobbin there. Oh, let's fill it afterward. Then through the stab myself with a pin. So the whole reason I stitch it down like this before I actually stitch around the little bits is so that I don't have pins stabbing me. I still managed to stab myself. So there's that. Okay, now I need to be able to see my stitches as I'm making them, so I don't want the metal foot. I want clear plastic foot, which is not entirely clear plastic anymore. I did paint the back of it pink because I kept dropping it on the floor and then I couldn't find it because it was too clear. But the front little toes right here, those are still clear. So I can still see what I'm doing all around the front. So this part is behind the ankle on my machine anyways, so it's not like it has to be. Okay. Oop. Small stitches. I can go around gentle curves. Probably should have used a different marker. A little bit hard to see. I will change the marker color on the other ones. I'll just trace them out before I actually stick them. Oh, I ran out of thread. Okay. Well, I'm going to try and finish this foot before my bobbin is completely empty. This is what's called bobbin chicken. Playing chicken with your bobbin, seeing who can be done first. Your sewing stitches or the thread on the bobbin. And I'm done. Do I have enough thread? Did it go all the way around? Ah, no. It didn't. I didn't get enough. I needed what is that? Like 8 millimeters? Yeah, like a quarter of an inch ish more. Ah, I lost. Okay, so at least I can fill my bobbin now. I knew I wasn't going to have enough for all 4 feet, but it kind of sucks that I wasn't able to finish a foot um, and then refill it. Okay, there we go. New full bobbin. And then I have to just go back and finish a little tiny bit of toe. That much. That's all I needed. Ah, okay. And last foot. There we go. Beats. Very nice. That is the last I'm going to be using Bernard for tonight. So I'm going to close him up, turn him on, but with metal foot, which I'm more likely to be tomorrow. And then I'm going to go back to the table, cut these out, and hand sew them onto the frog. That's pretty darn good. Go back there. Okay. So I am back to table. I can turn off Bernard. Okay. And froggies. Don't need his eyeballs. They can also go away. I will need them tomorrow because I do plan on making these two froggies tomorrow. So I am going to leave just the eyeballs out. Yeah, these guys can go. I do need my tiny snips. Need my stabby pokey tool or my pencil. Okay. Two feet. Oop, that's a little close to those stitches. Three. And here's the last one. Okay, 4 feeties. 4 tiny feet. Trying very hard not to cut any of the threads. While still getting as close as possible to them. Anytime you have like a C shape, like in between the toes would be that C shape, you need to clip into the seams so that then when you flip them, they actually unfold properly. So especially on these toes because they're so small, I want to be able to get as close to those threads as possible so it flips all the way. But it is so like I picked the perfect matching thread apparently. I didn't even know I had that matching thread. And now I can't see enough to figure out where to cut properly. Okay, there's 3 feet. Okay, and last, the final feet. I think that's good. Basically, the way I will figure out if I cut too close to the threads is when I flip the foot inside out. If the toe falls apart, I cut too close. And then because I've now cut so close, there's no real way for me to re-stitch that. So I just have to start a new foot from scratch, which is not terrible because like it's not that big of a foot, like 2 by 2 inches. So not terrible, but still more than I'd really like to have to redo. There we go. Nope, I will need scissors to sew up the legs, cut my thread later. For now, I just need to flip the toes. So I was saying earlier when I made my first frog that a lot of times when I price something out for people, they'll ask like, "Oh, that's kind of expensive. Can I make it smaller and therefore make it cheaper?" But it's actually more expensive in some cases to get small things because like these toes are so tiny and finicky. If they were like the size of my hand instead of the size of that, it would actually be a lot easier for me to pull the toes through or to stitch around them. So the cost is more based on the time it takes me to make something rather than like the material. Like a little 1 by 1 square of most of this material I'm using is about 2 cents. So going from say a 4 by 4 square here is only going to be like, well, if I do 5 by 5, it's easier, I guess, right? So about 50 cents for a 5 by 5 square. Uh, so if I go down to like a 2 by 2 square, you're not saving that much money in terms of the cost. Like what, like 8 cents for a little square, 50 cents for a 5 by 5 square. So you're saving yourself like 42 cents. Uh, but I'm going to spend a hell of a lot more time flipping the little feet than I am the larger feet. So it's just going to take me more time to make the small things. Yes, the tiny little toes. Yeah, I should put them not on top of the blue that looks the same color as them. I should put them down there. And stuffing time. The toes do not get stuffed, just the body. So they get little flat feet on the bottoms of them. Little flipper flat feet. And I don't have like a placement guide for the feet. I just kind of stick them on where they look good. Before I sell this pattern, though, I will make a guide for like where those feet should sit, just so that once you have the belly, you can kind of put the feet where they should be, and then you can choose to ignore that if you want to, but at least the guide will be there. That's part of what's keeping me from selling these guys so far, like the pattern for these guys so far. Yeah, the little green and black one. That was the first guy I made this morning. So he's just a little guy, little poisoned guy. This is actually a gift for my nephew. He has one of these frogs already, the little Amazonian frogs with the blue feet. He has one of them, and he asked for a friend for his frog. So, in the grand tradition of me never delivering birthday presents on time, this is his birthday present for like a couple weeks ago. So, I finally made it. He's gonna get shipped out this weekend, and his little Amazonian frog is going to have a green and black frog for a friend. Welcome back, Pick. I am going to finish up this poison dart frog here. Put the little feet on him, and then that will probably be it for my stream today. That way, I can go make myself some dinner. Um, it will probably take me another 20-ish minutes to sew the little feet on and everything. So I'm looking at probably ending around 7:30. so fuzzy. The problem with doing multiple projects in a day is I get fuzzums everywhere and they're all different colors. Like this guy has got like green fuzzums on him and there is no green anywhere on him. I did cut out fabric for two more of these frogs. These are my deconstructed frogs, my modern art frogs in the background there. I'm going to be making them tomorrow, but I want to finish this guy at least today because I cut out all the fabric and I hate cutting out and then not actually doing anything with it. That's a really good way for me to just like gather it up, stick it in a bin, and then come back to it like 3 months later. Like, why didn't I ever complete these things? But if I make one of the frogs, then I don't feel as bad. I do want blue to sew him up. So let me retrieve that from the sewing machine. There we go. I'm going to use blue to sew up his butt, even though there's no blue on him, because the way I do the sewing is I sew up the hole and then I immediately go into the legs without actually cutting the thread at all. So I want to just have blue for the feet, which is the major part of him. He's so fuzzies. Everybody gets properly lint rolled before they leave my craft room. Digital feeties. What is that thread doing? I don't need. It looks about centered. Good. It's all pinned together. And then I'm going to line this up with the edge of the butthole. Here's the butthole. That looks good. Actually, I'm going to move it back a little bit. His butt. I should make an emote for that as well because I'm usually stuffing my stuffed animals through the butt. Highly indecent first Twitch. Oop, gotta move him over. That looks good. Get in trouble. I'll cover up that butt. Go. I make little modesty covers for all my stuffed animals. Don't want to get on Twitch's bad side. Censor bar for stream because of that. Yes, I've seen that. Like, oh no, the butts. Yes, now we get to stare at frog butt. Oh, I should make a little fig leaf and then I can just like pin it onto plushies as I'm working on them. A modesty. I have to add that to my to-do list now. Oop, stop that. Okay, there. Butthole closed. He is moderately decent again. And then instead of cutting my thread or anything, I just bury it in the fabric and come up on the edge of the foot, and that's where I'm gonna start sewing the foot on. So I just tie a little knot to begin the thread so that it doesn't like pull weird on the rest of the thread inside. But that way I don't have to worry about a knot or anything right next to the foot or like underneath the foot. Like it's just I begin sewing with the thread. I'm gonna go around this way so I can do take that pin out. Fold his foot back, and that gives the opportunity to sew it down. I didn't go around the entire foot because I kind of like the way that they like flap the little toes. So I just kind of sew a straight line across them there. That's another thing I'll have to add into the sewing pattern if I'm going to sell it because just wing it does not instructions make. Okay, here's my first foot. Then I just bury the thread and go to the next foot and start off with a little knot. And I'm going to go to that part first. Take that pin out. Moving around his heel. And I just sew across again. And knot and move on to the next leg. I don't know if I'm going to have enough thread for all 4 legs. Hmm. It might be close. I probably should have gotten a slightly longer thread to begin with. But it has also been quite a while since I last made frogs, so I don't write things down for myself. I just kind of assume I will remember them and then don't. So how much thread I need to sew the legs on is just one of those things. It was like, "Nah, I'm not gonna forget this," and then I totally did. Out. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna have enough to go around the leg. Well, darn. So I'm gonna just tie it off here. And then stab them straight through, side, pull that needle out. Ah, maybe not. And I can snip that off there. And I need new thread. Yeah, this would not have been enough for just that full leg. I didn't think that would be enough to tie a knot. Whoops. That much. I'm starting this one with a very, very tiny knot just so I don't have a big blob of thread inside one of the feet. because that will just change it so that you can actually feel the lump there. It doesn't matter if I start with a big lump of thread, like a giant snarly knot when it's inside the butt or inside, because you can't really feel it as opposed to like the rest of the seam. It does matter when it's a flat foot that I have chosen not to stuff. There we go. Tiny knot. I can get rid of the pins because the bottom is sewn down. I'm gonna go across. Oh no, I had this toe together. Don't do that. He needs those toes. Hmm. Well, I'm gonna take that one off as well. For some reason, that leg is much farther up than the other. Yeah, he leg's just in a weird spot. Okay, well, I don't like that, so we're gonna restart that. Okay. Okay, new knot. Sit down for a second. Why did your foot end up totally in a different spot? It was kind of uncool of you. Okay. That looks better. He's just gonna have his toes touching now. Don't know what happened with this one, why it's not where it was supposed to be, but he's just gonna put his little toesies together now. He just goes, ooh. Still covered with blue fuzz. Okay. Take two on this foot. Well, I guessed I'd be done around 7:20, and if I hadn't messed up one of the feet, I probably would be done around 7:20. Tied the knot. Okay, that looks better. Now his toes are in the same plane. Get back to the beginning. And then take my thread and bury it. Take the other side. Snip. There you go. Okay. So my little Amazonian poison dart frog is done. I've got 2 more ready to go tomorrow. Oh, covered in fluff. That's fine. Okay, I've got my Amazonian. I've got my little guy there. I made 2 of the St. Patrick's Day bats. Lucky the bat there. That is, they're done as well. So 4 plushies today. That's not bad for 4 out of what, like 5.5 hours. These guys were like half done to begin with. Normally they take me 2 to 2.5 each. So really that was my 5 hours of work today. These guys are like an hour and a half each. This one's a little bit longer because he's got an extra step in. So really this was about 3 hours of work, and then the other 2.5 hours was finishing up the 2 bats there. So that's not bad. I will be streaming again tomorrow. Well, I need to definitely finish up these 2 frogs because I don't want all of this fluff to just hang around forever. So I'll be finishing up 2 more Amazonian frogs tomorrow. And then well, I'll have to see what else I want to do. I have a couple of different projects I can start from scratch. I also have some bats that I have left to do. So I could do 2 more frogs and 2 more bats tomorrow. Like I have that pre-cut materials ready to go. So maybe that will be my plan. We'll see what I'm feeling like. I've made a lot of bats in the past week and a half. I don't know if I'm feeling up for even more bats. But bring you back down on the screen. Yeah, you look good. Okay. So that is it. I'm gonna figure out someone to raid. Let me see. Who is on? Who is cool? Judo's on. Well, I'm gonna go raid Judo. They were actually the ones that really helped me set up my entire computer setup that I have now so that I can actually stream for real. And not crash and blue screen frequently. So we're gonna go see. They're playing their D&D game, that I have only caught a couple episodes of. So every time I come in, they're all in different places. But we're gonna go raid them and see them playing D&D. Okay, well, thank you everybody for stopping by. I will be back tomorrow streaming again. And yeah, Everybody have a lovely night if it is nighttime, or a lovely time zone of whatever time it happens to be with you today. So, thank you. Bye.